All right, now we should have both. Let's check this audio real quick. Hey, what's up, DL? I'm trying to get this audio working. Trying to. All right, I think it's playing now. Very low. Turn it up a little. All right, it's good enough. Woo! All right. What is up, indeed? Gonna be getting this portrait done today. All the other parts are ready. I've got to, so I'm gonna do everything's off camera. I did the final glazing and stuff, so I've got the varnishes where I want them to be. And so yeah, today I'm gonna do what do they call that? A zenithal highlight on this guy, and I got the camera zoomed in, so should be able to get a little bit more detail in the portrait. This portrait doesn't have a whole lot going on it, so you know, it's not a whole lot to see here. Excuse me, but I'm going to do a zenithal, and then I'm going to thin down this azure. It's like a pastel kind of purpley blue. I think I'm going to use for the skin tone, but the zenithal should give it the light and dark that I need. And if I want to do even more blue, I've got a technical blue from Citadel. I'm thinking about trying this contrast polar glacier. This will leave the high spots basically white, but the dark spots will make a colder blue. So if the thin down azure isn't enough, then I can go back in with some of this and just really dark, you know, give him some nice blue skin. And then I'm gonna thin down some of this terrestrial Titan purple for his lips, maybe his veins. Then the goggles will be black. The lenses will be, I'll do those in a silver. And I'm thinking of using this technical Spirit Stone red, because what this is going to do, it's going to give it more of a gem like, you know, kind of feel, almost not feel, but like a, I don't know. I think it'll be cool looking. It'll give it some richness, and then when I gloss over it, you know, it'll be cool. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I haven't tried this yet, and so you know, I think this will be fine. I don't want it to be like a thin red, because I want the because when he's got his helmet on, it's not quite fully transparent. You know, it's transparent enough. There's one spot where I really did kind of let it get, you know, kind of see through. But anyway, I think there's some texture in this thing when I printed it, because I'm gonna have to really sand it down. I'm just done fooling with it, honestly, and I like the kind of frosted. I like the kind of frost look on it anyway. So I'm going to be putting some of this Vallejo game color. I also ran a couple tests off camera during my like crazy busy week. So I'm going to be putting on some of this crystalline stuff. Should be pretty cool. And I've got Anakin printing on the printer right now. So I got a full studio today. Things are happening. Let's try, so I can do Okay, so for today, like I said, I'm going to land the zenithal on this first, but I'm also going to do the gradients that I'm going to do for the OSL on his torso over here. So um, like on these tubes, I'm going to make these tubes look like they're running, a glow through them. And then this metal or this thing here in the center chest, I'm gonna make that red, give that a red glow. Also up here on the gun, there's these little windows here. I'm gonna give them an OSL, all these little shafts and stuff. And the tip, I'm gonna give that an OSL. And then once I get that right, I'll go in with a cold white and do just like super bright spots. And then I'll go in with this transparent blue to give it the color. So same thing with the tank. But enough talk. Let's get into some stuff. So I'm gonna go give this guy a little zenithal with this this alcohol ink. I've been testing. I've been kind of figuring out how to use this stuff. I definitely have to slow down. That's one of the things that I realized on my test spoons. I was rushing it. This alcohol, it's essentially just a liquid going on, so it needs a second to dry between each pass. So I can't be too aggressive with it. But I think that's why it's probably going to be good blending for the OSL, because it still lets some of the other color come through, which is why I don't want to use like paint for this little alcohol ink. I mean, I could even thin it down even more if I wanted. It will allow some of the base color to show through. On the black parts, it's not that big of a deal, but on the chrome and on the blue metal, I want some of that color to still come through. So that's what we're gonna do. Now, what I don't know is how much I need to atomize this. Wet this needle a little bit in here. Trigger for the sticky. Oh, it's just stuck in the thing. All right. So yeah, I don't know exactly what pressure to apply this. So we're gonna figure it out. Feels like it should be a high-ish pressure, so I'm starting on my baseline, which is about 18. I feel like it needs to have some pressure behind it so that it'll atomize correctly. But also, let me give him a dusting. He's been sitting for a minute. Let's make sure he's nice and issue-free. Sometimes it's like you can't see it. It looks fine until you get started. And you see your paint start to cake up because there was a little loose layer of dust. Basically, I want to hit this. Oh, that's the spot. Basically, I want to hit this from the top down. So he's kind of looking down. So very, very little alcohol. It doesn't take a whole lot. bring out some of his little folds and space a little bit more. There we go, I think that's it. Just give him a little shade where the color goes on. Until you fix your mono. Oh, that sucks. Let's see. Let's do this a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I've got my cameras a little more zoomed in. I planned on, since I'm kind of mainly focusing on the portrait today, I got my cameras a little pushed in so I can hopefully capture some better footage and you can see a little more detail. I'm still learning how to do this OSL though. I'm gonna hit that center window with some paint. Right now it looks a little muddy. Very bright one. Let's tone that down a little. Oh, you gotta order a new main board? That sucks, bro. Hey, actually, you know what, DL? I have a Mono X just sitting over here in my cabinet. I've been meaning to get rid of it. Hit me up on what the fuck is that? Instagram. Hit me up on Instagram, and you know, I mean, if you can, I don't know. Let me think about it. But I think I could probably just see if you want to just take mine. You know, it's good for parts at the very least. The reason I got rid of it or I stopped using it is because I think the Z drive, the little Z motor in it is bad. It has some wobble, especially when I get towards like the top of a print. Like the higher it got, the more wobbly it got. And so it's either the screw needs to be straightened out or the motor, the stepper motor was bad or something. But anyway, it's just sitting over here. So let's yeah, let's work something out because I need to get rid of it. And I mean the board, you know, the main board part should be fine. I mean, it should be exactly, you know, it's a functional Mono X. It's got that little Z wobble imperfection in it. I couldn't deal with it. So, all right, back to work. But yeah, hit me up on Instagram, bro. I think maybe we can hook you up. Oh shit. My finger slipped on the trigger, but the ink is pretty forgiving. Which is nice. Oh yeah, up here. I don't know. I'm gonna try to do as mostly pure villains as I can. Um, but I might sneak a spawn in there or a venom, you know. Those are all good. That's cool. Is Red Hood a villain? I don't know. I mean, he's kinda is, but I mean, he kind of comes back around too. And I don't know. Yeah, yeah, he is. He is a chunky boy. What else? There's nothing on his legs that glow. His pipes don't. Those I'm gonna do some frost effect on. All right, I think I am ready to let's get this portrait. Let's get this portrait back going again. First, I gotta clean out my airbrush, of course. Oh, that's loud. All right, let me get this. Gotta get this ink out of here. I suppose you're trying to use water to clean out alcohol ink is a stupid move. I mean, you're right. He does murder a lot. That's funny. I mean, I guess yeah. I don't know. I'll think about it. I could think about doing a Red Hood. That would be fun. That'd be cool to do his mask in like a metallic, you know. That'd be awesome. A lot of good Batman. I got a lot of good Batman villains to do. Batman. I think DC has better villains. I think overall, I enjoy DC villains a little more. I think we had this conversation already. Hey, what's up? I'm doing well. How are you? I am in the process of. I got my Zenithal. I got my lights sources drying right now. I'm gonna go in with a brighter white in some of those little spots. But next, I'm gonna get the portrait base coated so that I can let it dry while I'm working on the OSL. And that's really all I have. That's really all I have left to do. I've got the portrait, and then I've got the OSL, the portrait, and then the frost and snow effects, and then that'll be it. I should be able to get this thing assembled. So what is this, session number 8? Yeah, that's pretty good. It seems like I got through this. I mean, even though my days were spaced out, I didn't get to work on it consecutively. It only took really, like we'll call it 9. We'll call it 9 sessions because there was some off-camera stuff. What was I spraying next? Oh, that's right, portrait time. Where is it? The Azure. Give it a shake. That minute. All right. So we're gonna go with some of this. I recentered my camera because I'm trying to get a little more close. I'm trying to get a little closer up now, I think. some of my shots I've noticed were, you know, kind of far away. I'm gonna use a bunch. I'm gonna use some airbrush thinner to dilute this down. It's not gonna take much. I always use too much paint. Oh, my mic is flopping all over the place. Sorry. I'm sure that's loud. Oh God, what is going on with me today? Clumsy. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I had to just move my mic to my my hoodie. A little chilly in here today. All right, gotta mix this paint up. Yeah, I'm gonna thin this down even more because I'd rather do multiple coats, multiple thin coats, than have any thickness. All right. So got a little zenithal on a boy here. Now I'm gonna hit him with some of this blue. Turn up the pressure so that it atomizes a little bit better. And we're just gonna give it a light pass. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back in with that technical, what's that called? The Citadel contrast paint. It's Polar Glacier because it's going to leave the lightest parts light, but in the darker spots, it'll add more of a blue, like a colder blue. I think that'll look cool. A little speckled. Kind of dig it. Alright, anyway. Let's give that a sec to dry. And then I'll go on with that contrast paint. It's loud. There you go. You guys can watch paint dry. Oh, hey, thanks, man. Appreciate that. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm learning still. It's just things look different under different lights, and you know you gotta. I'm finding that I need to be a little. I need to learn to be a little more, a little softer, you know, a little lighter touch when I get towards the end of a project. All right, let me clean this brush out, and then I'll get some of this. Some of the. I need to go refill some water here. Right, let me get this thing cleaned out as best I can, and then I gotta go refill some water. Oh, that's just my compressor kicking off and on. Might need to turn that down. I guess it's probably too loud. If that's too loud. If that's irritating, let me know. I'll turn the mic gain down. It looks like it's popping up pretty loud though. Oh, this thing is still blowing out ink at me. Came out white instead of blue. Which is off-putting. That might explain the little speckles in the paint, but I may have accidentally just like discovered something kind of fun, because it looks like those little white speckles in the blue paint. At first I thought it was texture in the thing in the model, but it's actually just, it may be some leftover alcohol ink not mixing with the water-based blue, and it leaves little frost speckles in it. So I may have just discovered a cool way to do that, because I don't hate it. I'm gonna lay on some of this Glacier contrast paint to give everything a little bit more of a blue, especially on the darker parts, and it should keep those white speckles white, so it'll make his skin like it's got a little bit of crystalline in it, which I was not anticipating that, but I love a happy accident, you know what I'm saying? Pretty sure that's how they invented Tang. It was just a happy accident. What's the biggest I've done scale-wise? The Magneto was big. That's a quarter scale. The Green Lantern was a big one. So I mean, those two were so big that like I had to rethink how I was going to shoot, like how I was going to do the photography of them, because they were so big. Those are probably my biggest. The Hulk statue, and of course Thanos. Thanos is a pretty good size. He's not a quarter scale, but he's definitely large. And then the Hulk statue I did is not nothing to sneeze at either. It's a 1/6 scale, but he's still pretty gigantic, because you know, Hulk. During my villain run, I am going to do a Juggernaut. So I think I'm printing an Anakin right now because I haven't done a Star Wars in a while, and I want to run a lightsaber. So I'm going to do Anakin from his lightsaber duel with Obi-Wan. So it's like the beginning of him being evil. I don't want to do a Darth Vader yet because, I mean, there's nothing exciting about a Darth Vader. I mean, it is, but it's like it's mostly black, and you know, I don't feel like painting a mostly black thing right now. So I'm gonna do Anakin first, and I'll probably circle back and do a Vader later. I'm gonna have one eventually. But in between then, I'm gonna do a Juggernaut. I got a Doctor Doom I want to do. Lots of stuff. So it's gonna be a good year for villains. All right, airbrush is clean. Oh, water. All right, let me go grab some water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, I am gonna try. Oh, wrong button. I'm gonna try this Citadel Contrast Pilar Glacier. I don't use these paints that often, so I don't know what this is gonna do, but we're gonna make it do what it do. I don't like. I know that they made these little Citadel little tubs for brush, mainly for brush painting. These little paint pots, but loading it into a into an airbrush, bit of a trick. Oh man, that's so much. All right, there we go. Pour some of that back out. That's still way too still way too much. It seems like such a waste. There we go. I mean, I'm literally just going to be like a couple shots and done. It seems like it's pretty thin. I don't know if I want to thin it, but I'm going to put a couple drops of this airbrush thinner in here, or yeah, flow improver, just to see if that does anything. Seems like it's plenty thin. There we go. Flow improver nonetheless. I don't know, is this stuff acrylic? What is this? Water based? I rarely use this paint. Doesn't say, of course. All right, well, I will look that up later. All right, so Now this, let me have a seat here so I can. Now this should kind of darken stuff down, or kind of cool things off a little bit. It's contrast paint, so it may take a second to dry. All right. I don't know if that's going to do what I think it's going to, what I think I wanted it to do, but let's let it dry. Then I'll give it a second opinion. Oh, I didn't do a video for the Hulk DL. It was that was before I started YouTubing. But there are pictures on Instagram. I did an Avenger run before I left my my upstairs office, and I built this studio office on the first floor of my house. It used to be a den. We had this weird, like, it was this long kind of shotgun room, like it was just a weird shaped room. We tried to use it for a dining room for a while. That didn't really work. Tried it as like a sitting room, like a library kind of deal. That didn't work. So finally I was like, I'm tired of getting moved around at my house every time somebody needs a bedroom. So I convinced my wife to let me remodel this room into my studio, and I seriously spent basically every day, if not every other day, in this room. Either working for work, or just hanging out, or painting, or something. It's just always been something. So I love this freaking room. How did I get started talking about that? Oh yeah, the Hulk, the Avengers run that I made right before I left that office. So yeah, look back on my Instagram and you'll there's some pictures of Hulk in there. I don't know if it'll give you the exact sense of scale, but he's pretty big. I mean, I had to buy shelf modifiers for my IKEA shelves, because I got some tallish statues now. Most of that's base though, like the Rogue and the Gambit, and even the Cyclops. They're all pretty tall. Iron Man's pretty tall. Anyway, all right, that is good to go. I'm gonna do anything. I may give this one. Let me see how it's drying. Okay, there it goes. It's got some nice. Yeah, it's got some darker blue in there. That's what I want. I just didn't want it to be like straight black. You know what I mean? I think I'm happy with that. Looks pretty good. Got some nice highs and lows. Do a wash on his lips and paint his goggles, his googlies. But we're gonna let that continue to dry, and I'm gonna get some get this zenithal done. I'm kind of scared to do it That's why I'm just kind of waiting. But I just need to suck it up. So I'm gonna start with the red, like right in the middle of his chest. This Createx transparent. Give this a good shaky shake. Oh, come here. I need to. I think this thing's the little feet on this thing must be. Yeah, it's covered with dust. I was like, why isn't the rubber grabbing anymore? It's covered in filth. Because I'm a filthy, filthy boy. Shaking my whole desk. I do love this little paint shaker though. It just feels like it's actually shaking the paint. All right, lots of flow improver in this. Even though it's transparent, I still want nice thin layers here. Don't want it to go too crazy. Actually, wait, before I do that, well, let me see what I'm working with here. Yeah, all right, so before I do that, let's get out some coal white here. That paint will be live for a second. I'm going here with some Vallejo coal white. Ooh, a chunk there. That's no bueno. It is a very, very chunky, chunky cold white. So I gave it a nice squirt of water there. This is very, very liquidy. Want to give it some intensity on the edges. Oh, that's gonna look so cool. Once it's tinted red, I can see it in my mind's eye now. They can flood these little notches too, I think. Each one a nice bright white dot. A little bit of a trail coming out. Yeah, there we go. Now it's starting to look like something. I'm going to soften it a little bit. And then there's so you can see there's just a nice like intensity difference between this side and this side. Yeah. I'm going through and just giving it a very thin core kind of white, like very, very just the tip of the brush. And then I go with the side of the brush on a second pass to intensify the core, but then widen the glow, widen the saturation difference a little bit. Probably shouldn't have poured that red. Yeah, if you're using craft paints, you're really gonna want to like thin it way the hell down. Like I would consider these little Createx thing. Well, these are airbrush colors. That probably doesn't count. But like I keep some of these iridescent colors on hand, and these are like thick craft paints. And you really just gotta thin it way down, like airbrush thinner, or if it's got metal flake in it. Um, or just water. You just got to thin it way down, and you're going to be putting on multiple coats. That's the best way to work with that stuff. Mr. Forge. Mr. Forge is my father. Yeah, so now I'm just going in here and adding some little pockets of intensity in the gun so that it too can have some OSL. Around the edge here, I'll make this whole edge glow. Look cool. This is like miniature painting technique. Although they'd probably be using an alcohol ink, like a white alcohol ink, to line these edges. Then it would just run. That's okay. I like the intensity of this cold white. I gotta get these big canisters. Sorry, it's hard to keep. I move my camera down into my workspace a little lower so that I could catch some details, since I mainly worked on the portrait today. But it's a little hard to work around the camera with these bigger pieces. And I gotta paint all the stuff on the inside too. Fell right into that one, didn't I? Want to wipe off any of the airbrush glow.
Yep, this is going to take me a little bit longer than I anticipated. I'm gonna go clean that red out. I put that red in there prematurely. A second. It's just over here drying. Just leave some water in it. It'll be fine until I get back to it. Prevent it from drying at least. All right, where was I? Adding a bit of a brighter white. This business. Did I do it? No. I have to go back in with a second coat. I was strategic. Yesterday, I fired up the grill and just grilled a whole bunch of chicken and steaks and chicken wings. And now today, I'm like, everybody's eating leftovers. Leave me alone. I'll be in the studio. That's the way to do it. I hope this turns out the way I hope it is, the way I hope it will. I ran some spoon tests with the transparent blue that I'm going to use. It's not quite the intensity that I like, but I don't feel like going to the store and shopping around for different paints. Deck paints. I guess I don't know what it needs, like
like a fluorescent paint or something probably. Might be sloppy.
Just doing some edge highlighting. If it looks like I'm holding my paintbrush at a weird angle, it's because I am. Why am I doing it, you ask? I don't have an answer for you. It just feels comfortable for this very second. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I can't even see him on camera. He's got like so many little corners. I can see it, but I can't get to it. Never close enough. Pop band here. I'm putting some frost over these too. So. I'm giving just a little bit of a pushing this edge highlight a little bit. So it looks like there's some intensity, some intense glow coming out of the tip of this thing. I'll put some ice crystals and stuff in here too. So. Doesn't have to be perfect. Exploration happening. Okay, got some glowy spots. Get these inset windows brighten back up. Well, we put a bunch of frost around this too, so again, it doesn't have to be perfect. That looks pretty dang good. All right. Let's apply that. What's up, DL? Welcome back. You didn't miss much. I'm still just layering in this OSL. I'm kind of leaving a little bit. I'm leaving a little bit of texture in it on purpose, actually. Now that you mention that, just so that whenever I spray it with this transparent blue, it's got a little bit of a like an undulation. Like I don't want it to be, and I'm going to be frosting over it, so I'm not like super concerned about brush strokes. I'm definitely leaving some in here though, because I'm being impatient. But like I said, I want to leave a little bit of like texture in the light so that it gives you the impression that there's like a barrier there, because this would obviously be encased in some sort of glass transparent window kind of deal. So I don't want it to be perfectly flat white. Close, not perfect. I like the way that one looks. That little window is probably like the best example of an OSL. These up here are still a little bit patchy. More patchy than I would like. So let's add some. I mean, the great thing is about if you're doing thin enough layers, you can always cover over your brush strokes with a little bit more. And I have this pretty well watered down. This white. I'm happy with how the weathering turned out on this blue metal. Got a nice patina to it, I think. All right, I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna let those dry. And while that is drying, I'll hit up his goggles here. For these, I'm gonna go with the gloss black. Then I'm going to do silver in the lenses, and then I'm going to do that technical Spirit Stone red in his red lenses. I think that's going to look pretty dope. A lot here. Water. But let's see what it do. White loaded way up in the top of that brush somehow. Oh, because I mixed it. Why you're not supposed to mix with your brushes. Sometimes I don't listen to my own advice. This brush is just wicking it right up too, isn't it? Alright, it's got a good viscosity. On the stick, actually. Might just make it a little easier to handle. Should have sealed it before I started this. I'm going to have to be extra careful. Well, straps actually disconnect from his head back here. Makes it a little easier to tag. I think I'm going to finish the bands, his goggle band here, and then I'm going to give him a satin varnish. So make sure nothing bad happens here. Then I'll go back for his eyes. I don't want to paint the face around his face without having it being varnished, because I need to wash something off. Bit of a bonehead move on my part, but that's okay. But also that will allow me to use this gloss black, and it'll be glossy, and the bands will be a little bit of a satin. The satin varnish stains the skin. I suppose I should matte them out, actually. I may do that. His little band has got little ridges, making the brush kind of flick. Really hard to see where the ridge is here, and if I overshoot it, I'll hit his skin. Top edge of that. All right, that's as close as I want to get. I'm gonna give that a varnish real quick, just to make sure nothing bad happens. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. I left transparent red in the airbrush. This Army Painter satin varnish will dry pretty quick anyways. Some Army Painter satin. Oops. Can't tell if anything's coming out. Oh, well, just learn that. Clean my wash brush here. Alright, now it's flowing. Right on, Dio. I'm happy to help. Alright, let's turn the exhaust on. You what, man? I don't know what's going on with this varnish. It's not wanting to come out. All right, well, I'm confident I got some of it out anyway. I like the varnish. I like the satin on right. I like the satin varnish on skin tones because it picks up just enough light to bring out the details, but doesn't look like they're wet. You know what I mean? All right, you can still see him through there. That's cool. I'm gonna do some photos without his helmet on, so you can get a nice detail shot of his face. All right. I'm gonna have to go back and touch up those edges, but maybe not. I don't want to get too close. I definitely don't want to hit his skin. Oh, yeah, that varnish really brought out the dark blue in there and made the lighter blue stand out. That's nice. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm still gonna go with probably just a little bit of that blue or that purple wash in some of these little wrinkles and stuff. We've got a few minutes to dry. Finish those goggles. Yeah, it's really it does a good job. I am having trouble with it spraying recently though, but I think my air compressor's on the fritz because I don't think it's ready. I don't think it's giving me the pressure that it says it's giving me. Because like right now I've got this thing cranked up to like 40. This thing should be blowing like crazy, and it's not. So I don't think my gauge is working anymore. Might be time for an upgrade. Yeah, now it's whistling at that high temperature, so maybe it just had some, or that high pressure. So maybe it just had some junk in there. I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. Leave some alcohol in there and let it dissolve. Dry paint. What else do I have left to do here? Finish brush painting the skull. Gotta do the alright, actually, you know what? Let's do the while I'm waiting for his portrait to dry, let's get this OSL finished up. What do you say? A nice clean airbrush. Ready to go. I'm gonna run it a little higher though. Let's go to about 22. About 4 psi higher than what I normally run. Some red. Not gonna take much. Gonna go Createx transparent red, and I'm basically just gonna give it a little splotch right here in the middle. There we go. I've got a glowing red dot. Let's clean that one more time. We'll go in here with some blue on the other bits. It's going good, man. Yeah. I'm you know, I work for a big company, so it's kind of one of those things where part of me is like questioning what I'm doing there, and part of me is like hiding under the umbrella of corporate America. So I don't know, but on individual task wise, things are great, and I got a little bit of freelance stuff happening, so that's always nice. A little extra cash, you know. I do the same on the side. I do a little bit of web development on the side. I usually try to keep it light. I don't like. I don't want to be invested in big projects. But if I can throw a few hours at it and make a few bucks, I'll do it. But yeah, I don't want to. I don't take on anything big on the side. I could, but I choose not to because I don't want to be working all the time. You know what I mean? I've learned that my free time also has value. And besides, I just made my first $100 from YouTube like last week. It only took a year. That is pretty cool. I know it's a paltry amount, for a whole lot. It's a whole lot of work for not a whole lot amount of money, but it's still neat. It's still neat that it's happening. It's happening. If I could get to the point where I was just living off of YouTube, that would be dope. But also, this is one of those things. This is a market or a subject on YouTube that's a very, very niche subject. I'm not saying that obviously some people do make money at it. I think Brent does. Ground Affected. I think he's making a pretty good living at it, and I think Creative Collector. Those are the two top of mind that I think are probably able to make a living off of it. But I'm just not. I don't know. I feel like that they have a little more of a broad appeal. With their content. It's it's a little more entertaining, I guess, because they're on camera. You can see them, see their faces. I don't necessarily want to do that. So mine's a little bit more of a edutainment space, if that makes sense. I'm more about just like the technique and the process behind it, not necessarily the show. I think they have Discord channels or subscription-based channels for their live stream stuff. But I think I like to just, I don't know. I've always thought that internet information, it should all be free. You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't have to pay for it. I do remember how it's made. The funny thing is the company that I started with, like right out of college,
was the basis for how it's made. That TV show on Discovery Channel. I used to work for HowStuffWorks.com, and way back in the day, I was like employee number 6 or something. It was like late '90s, and yeah, it was one of the best jobs I ever had. Probably the best career job I had, and it was like right out of school. You know, that sucks because it set the bar kind of high for everything else. But that was definitely one of the coolest jobs. I learned so freaking much working there. Like, I learned about just car parts, differentials, fucking carburetors, like all the engine parts. Like, I know how they work. I never want to work on a car, but I have the knowledge, at least the base knowledge for how it all works. Like pool systems and slot machines, like old school, all, you know, single arm, like Western, you know, slot machines, shit like that. Just random knowledge just floating around in my brain because I had to build them, and I was a 3D modeler at the time, so I had to build everything in 3D. So it actually all had to kind of work and make sense and function. And so I had to really do a lot of research, but it was very cool job. I think that's probably why I'm doing this, to be honest. Like, making, you know, edutainment kind of content. I'm teaching people stuff. All right, I can't remember if I did this or not, so we're gonna go transparent blue. Here goes nothing. Or something. Let's see what happens. But the red turned out nice, so I'm hopeful.
Oh, that looks dope. There's one angle I can't quite get to. Close enough. All right. I mean, I only have one printer, so it's hard to say that there's a difference, without having another one to compare it with. I will say that going from a 4K to an 8K made a difference. I didn't think it would, and part of me wanted to be skeptical, you know. But it turns out it does make a difference when it comes to detail. Yeah, definitely. Although on the small, like on the little 4K, it's, but I guess because of the size, the size difference, 4K packed into a smaller print size still gives you pretty good detail. 4K on a big printer, not so much. So I think the 8K on the M3 Premium, like once I upgraded, it really was a kind of big difference for me. pretty cool. Then when I get some frost effect on there, it's gonna look nice. I'm not wiring this. There's no I'm not putting any lights. No, there's no LEDs in this one. I decided to do it with the OSL. Although that would have looked cool if I had hollowed these out and ran lights in them. That would have definitely looked cool. But I didn't want to do too many LED projects. I just did that Thanos with the LED. And I just wanted to do a paint. I haven't done an OSL, so I wanted to do a tutorial on this. But I think it looks pretty good, right? It looks like a little glow action. That looks pretty dope. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that looks cool. And then like I said, when I put some frost effects on there, it's gonna look nice. Ooh, that thing's loud. All right, time for another airbrush cleaning. This one I should probably clean the needle. It's been a minute. You and me both. You and me both, brother. I am ready to be done with this. What time is it anyway? No, it's 4:30. I got plenty of time. Doing good. Doing good. Oh, my phone's buzzing. It's an Amber Alert. Can't help you out, Amber. I am not outside. Outside is where all the bad shit happens. I'm staying inside. In my studio. With my airbrush. I don't want to become a hermit, but I feel like I'm going to become a hermit. Because I'm damn near agoraphobic as it is. I just don't trust anybody anymore. Throw these sample spoons away. Paper towel. I watched a video from the guys who made the Harder and Steenbeck airbrush, and he was showing how he cleans his airbrush. And he uses like a little bit of paper towel and in the float in the front of the airbrush. There's a little float valve, and that's what runs your helps get your paint through. And it will collect
it will collect paint. And I didn't know that. So whenever I do a deep cleaning now, I always try to include cleaning out the little float. Because it only takes a second. You just have to twist up some paper towel to jam it in there. It's the only thing. A little bit of alcohol or airbrush cleaner. And a little paper towel. Just swab that out a little. That's pretty clean. You really only need to do it about once a month. I'm trying to get better at airbrush maintenance. I'm doing it probably every time I'm getting ready to close out my airbrush. I like to give the needle cleaning. Pulling the needle through the front of the airbrush instead of through the back was a game changer. That I also learned from the Harder and Steenbeck research. Which, you know, in retrospect makes perfect sense. I don't even know why I didn't think about it before, but traipsing your paint, your needle through the back end of the brush where there's not supposed to be any paint, generally a bad idea. So, but we live and we learn, right? And after paying a couple $100 for this airbrush, I definitely don't want to screw it up. It does come with a smaller float and a smaller needle. I'm debating on, I don't know if I want to switch over to that just yet. I don't think I need that level of precision. Clean. At least mostly. My bottles are closed. Alright. I'm going to take a quick little health and safety break. I shall return shortly. Keep looking at that tasty looking OSL. I'll be back.
All right. Let's get back on this gloss black here. Drop correctly. Had too much water. Evaporated a little bit, so I'm just mumbling to myself. Don't worry about it. This is what I sound like when I'm not streaming. Like a crazy person. Gotta do better with my organization over here. Zero is a really nice brush. I need to stop flooding it. It's starting to develop the little curl on the end. Let the stick move. I'm trying to fool with that. I need a little bit more light. Ooh, it's too much light. There is such a thing. I'm trying to have surgery in here. I need to get my, I think I need to get my magnifying glasses out here and get down in these little crevices without hitting. Yeah, it is. Let me get my specs on. My spectacles. on camera or not. Can't quite get in there. Ooh, that's tiny. Like a death grip on his head here. Need to relax. This is intense though. Here we go. Oh, I got these goggles on here. Let's touch up some of this black. a quarter scale Hulk. If you're gonna do that, I would do that FDM for sure. Even though all the sealing and everything will be a pain in the butt. All right, let's get some chrome on here. Steel. Where's my chromo? Let's wash this. Go in here with a little bit of Vallejo chrome. Tiny amount just on the lenses. Try to make it nice and smooth. The weird thing I've noticed about this Vallejo chrome is the more you let a little bit of black show through it, the chromier it looks. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know, I can't really explain it. But also a little tip, once you, if you're brushing this on, it's best to like pick up your brush somewhere in a corner somewhere, because it'll leave a little puddle, as best I can explain it, like a little pile of chrome. And so just, spreading it thin, and just being conscientious of like where you pick up your brush. Every time you pick it up, it's gonna leave a little dot. You can go back and grab that little pile and move it, which I would recommend. Crap. Need brush. Let's bit of chrome on his skin right there. That brush is not stiff enough to get that out. Mount you. All right. That's okay. Jump at that. I do think I need to go with a well, good size. There's extra moisture in it. All right. I'm gonna stop for a little cleanup here. I'm just trying to put a little bit of chrome around the rim. It's especially important on flat surfaces, like what I'm doing right now. All right, at dry. Oop. Stay on there, bud. You are done. Everything else is done. Just the portrait's left. That's exciting. Right on. I mean, I think there's a place for both FDM and resin. You know, just depending on what you're doing. Like, you know, we were talking about if you're doing a quarter scale Hulk. I mean, shit, I would do that in FDM and then just worry about smoothing it down later. because I mean at that size, you know, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to sand out any detail at that size. You know what I'm saying? All the detail is going to be big. You don't have to worry about it. Or you're doing like a big rock base or something. It's perfect for FDM. Thinking about doing a Gandalf fighting a Balrog, and if I'm going to do that base is fucking epic. And so that I would definitely like get done at FDM, and then I would just probably do the resin trick where you brush a coat of resin over it and then cure it, and then that kind of like smooths everything out. I would probably go that route. Why thank you very much. I'm gonna try this. I'm giving that chrome a couple of minutes to dry, but I'm gonna try this technical paint from Citadel called Spirit Stone Red. From what I understand, it should, like, I was watching a little video and they were like, put it kind of at the bottom and then you just kind of pull it up, and I guess because it pools, like where it pools, it'll be a little darker, so it'll give it a nice like little, I don't know, I'm gonna give it a try. I've never used this paint before, so let's see what happens. I don't like I mean, I know Citadel's mostly for like you know, miniature painting, which is why they do the paint pots. And it's good for brush painting, where you try to airbrush it. It's kind of a pain. It's hard to tell the viscosity, you know. At least I have trouble with it. All right. Spirit Stone Red, huh? Let's hit that with a little bit of a dry, just to make sure we're all good before we get started. All right, here goes nothing. Said I've never done this before. Let's take these goggles off. I don't know how much to put on here. Do a thin coat. But according to the tutorial guy I watched, he just kind of pulled it at the bottom. More than that. Just kind of I think as long as where it pools, is where it's gonna do the darkness. I'm just gonna push it. This is kind of thick. I'm just gonna push the pile towards the bottom. That's where I want it. I'm overworking this right now. A little bit on the ridge there. There's just a little bit of water here. Alright, I don't know if I like this. like a gel. It's just kind of chunking up. In all the wrong spots. Oh, I don't want the outside of the. It's got some texture to it, and I don't really like that. I'm gonna quit messing with it. See if I can do better on the other side. I'm gonna try a little bit heavier application, a little more intent here. Let it kind of flood. Yeah, it's definitely thick in a weird way. I can go back in and touch it up with chrome. I think I would have had better. I think I would have had a better effect with just alcohol ink. This stuff is like a gel almost. It's very strange. You're just supposed to glop it on and then let it dry. I like that it's still letting some of the shine through, but alcohol would do the same thing. And you can't really puddle. You can't really pool alcohol. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like it. So I'm gonna call Audible here. See if I can wipe some of this off real quick. A bit of alcohol. Get it before it dries. Doesn't look like it. I want to chunk it up too much. Yeah, I didn't like that at all. All right, they're not all going to be winners here. So I'm going to chrome over this. Try this again. Where's my chrome at? Maybe I'll try it. Well, no, I don't want to try it. I'm just going to alcohol ink it because I know that'll look good. Go with what you know, Yeah, I think maybe I needed to dilute that down or something. I'll give that another second to dry. And we'll try this again. Take 2. Oh, goodness. Sit up here like this. Only piece of fuzz. String in there. Fucking this up. There's that. Oh, it's from that cotton swab. Damn it. So I was gonna say, there's like all kinds of little fibers in here. That sucks. Alright, I think I got it. Kind of looks like a little fractal, like of ice or something. So it's not like, not terrible, but. There's another one. On a little side quest here. Trying to get these little, there's microfiber. Do it. All right. That's one more time. No strings. Pile this up a little bit because I'm tired of messing with it. Is that another one? Oh, well, that one's just in there. Oh, well. Or is, no, I'm gonna have to get that out. Where's my X-Acto? If I can see it with my naked eye, it's no good. All right. One more little touch up here. All right. Now, instead of that goopy technical ink or technical paint, I'm gonna go with some. Where you at, red? That's orange. Did I already set the red ink out? Thinking I might use it. There it is. All right. Now this stuff, as I've learned the hard way, you can see by that, it will stain anything that you put it in. So, I wonder if I can take that top off and just dip. Probably a bad idea. I don't want to risk just dropping it because that's probability factor of something bad happening is high. How about I just use a little lid here? Something I can not worry about messing up. There we go. Much. Alright, so this is just red alcohol ink. After that little snafu with the technical paint. That's That's very cool looking. So that's some reflectivity. Yeah, buddy. Oh, I'm using water to try to wash off alcohol. I need to clean that up just a smidge. The great thing about alcohol ink, it doesn't seem like it, like you gotta really try hard to build it up. Edges here. go around the edge just a hair. Some fresh chrome. Keep it tight. All right. That looks pretty dope. Now I just need to put a little bit of a wash on his lips. For that, I'm going to use this Terrestrial Titan. Extremely watered down. Basically just make a wash. A tiny little drop. A buttload of water. Red in here, I'm sure. Yep. Now, normally, I would also be planning on doing a glaze, like a lighter color glaze for the highlights on the face. But in this particular instance, since he doesn't have warmth on his face, I don't think this is watery enough. I'm just not gonna do that step. So DL, when you're talking about like watch me do a portrait, this is probably not the portrait to watch me do, because I'm actually doing everything I can to keep it cold. Whereas usually when you're doing a portrait, it's the opposite. Oh, it is distant. That's funny. My hoodie flopped open. All right, I'm back. Can you hear me now? All right, I was saying, what was I saying? I was just talking about this wash Yeah, I'm just doing this Terrestrial Titan. As just a light wash, just to cool his lips down even more. And actually, I think I'll go into his little crevices here. Give them a little bit of a wash down as well. Not a lot. Just to accent his little details on his face. Doing a low light wash is definitely helpful, but highlight wash is a little better. Is a little more noticeable, I should say. But for our boy here, he's got some brow lines here. A little bit of cold purple in there just to accentuate his little wrinkles. Down in his eyes for sure. I think this lens, something's going on. It's just every piece of fuzz in the room is attracted to that one spot. The hell that's all about. Take some of this purple wash here and go around his eyes a little bit. Again, just tap in the low spots. Kind of give them a little more interest. This is one of those things that like I learned early on that a little goes a long way. Like you don't have to be heavy with this. And you can always build it up. So anywhere you want it to be a little more pronounced, you let it dry and then go back and add a little bit more. And of course, the thinner you have your wash, the more graceful you can be with it. Him's looking pretty purple and angry. Shadow under his veins a little bit. Much. Basically, you just want to make it look wet. As soon as you make it look wet, done. I'm going to trace around his little headband here too. That'll cover up any bright blue spots that I may have left. And we'll kind of help tie it together. We'll reinforce the depth around his goggles, like they're pushed into his skin. Behind his ear. Actually, I should probably put some in his ear. So I'm using this purple as a kind of a warm low light here. Non-standard skin color is always tricky. But on the other hand, nobody can argue with you because it's like, well, fuck, you know, the real blue skin doesn't exist, so I'll do what I want. Go one more coat on his lips. It's too much. Lift it right back up. All right. That looks pretty good. I think I'm happy with that. All right. Now, I think I'm ready to try out that, what's it called? Oh, it's super bright. The weathering effect snow. I think that's gonna go on next. I have no idea how to do this. So we're gonna see what happens. I imagine I'm gonna need a little trash brush, which I happen to have. Always keep your trash brushes. You never know when you're gonna need one. And so I don't want this to be on there. Put snow. I'll put snow on here first, and then kind of push it down, like push his feet down into it, so he's been, you know, walking in it. First thing is first, I need to glue that down. So we'll just go ahead and take care of that.
I don't know how long that oh yeah, that's right. This thing has epoxy on the end of it. Yeah, I don't know how long it takes for that effect snow to dry. Guess we're gonna find out. Now, usually I don't depend on the key to be the thing holding down contact, but this thing doesn't have a whole lot of points of contact outside of the key. So I'll put some on the highest spots here, and it should be okay. Nope. I accidentally put this bottle of resin, or this bottle of Gorilla Glue in contact with some epoxy, and now that lid is permanently stuck on there. All right, it was like this, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea if that's making enough contact to actually stick or not, but we'll see what happens. Definitely going to be piling up a bunch of snow right there. It's probably where I'll start. Making sure I got another bottle of super glue before I get started on this. We'll give that a second to dry. Be right back. All right. I also grab. I'm gonna use the stick first. I feel like this stuff might get caught up in the in the uh, in the tines or the bristles of this and not want to come out. So yeah, I'm gonna try this weathering effect environment snow. Never used this before in my life, so we're gonna see what happens. I hope I got that on there. Make sure that's actually seated properly. Yeah. All right. Cool. So I'm gonna put a little bit of snow up on here too, but then I'm gonna push his feet down into it. But yeah, let's give this a go. Sealed for your protection. Ooh. All right. It's like a little paste. I like that it has like little sparkles in it. So yeah, I guess you just kind of pile it up. It's kind of what it looks like. It's hard to see because it's so bright. But it's got some fun little texture. Does not want to come off the stick, so I'm really glad I didn't use the brush like I thought I was going to at first. All right, let's see. Push it up in there. It does kind of just stay where you put it, so that's cool. I'm gonna make this eventually look a little nicer, but I'm trying to cover this seam here. It won't look like a single streak like this when I'm done. Pile some snow up along the edge here. Pile some snow up along this edge. I am. I'm putting the snow on. I've never used this stuff before, so. But it's just kind of a paste. So you just kind of shape it, and then I assume that once you're done moving it around, it just locks in place. It just locks down.
Okay. All right. Little interesting. It's like it's got a little bit of grit in it, and it's got like a little bit of like sparkle, just like snow, which is it's pretty dope. The hardest part is just getting it off the stick and into position. Oh my, is that glue? What was that? I just super glued my glove together. That's weird. All right, pile up some snow in here. I need you to go up there. All right, get my angle right here. Just want to stay stuck to the stick and not come off. Snow on the underside here. I will end up putting some more glue anyway. Okay, I think I need to be a little more liberal with this. Come on, get in there. Stay in there. Like spreading whipped cream on it. Well, this is fun. Starting to see it a little bit now. Need to build up a big snowbank over here. Also where his foot's going to be, so. Yeah, you definitely have to kind of pile this on. There's no being frugal with it, because it's got to build up or it doesn't look right. Said, probably stretch this a little farther than what I'm stretching it. But I definitely got to cover over all of this. This spoon. Not wanting to wipe off. This is way up on the shaft of my stick here. There's just no need for that. I wonder if this stuff is toxic. I feel like if it was, they would have warned me. How much of his foot down here is covering? Fair amount. Yeah, this is neat. have to put a little bit of snow down in between there too. You know what I bet would work better? A silicone tool. I bet this will slide right off silicone. All right, I may have to go change that up, especially for in between parts. I think I'll definitely do that. I'll use this, continue to use this to shovel, but shovel it on right now. But I think to massage it into place, I should be using this silicone tool. All right. It is nice not having to, not sealing these gaps and having to worry about that. Cover it right over with snow. Like it never even happened. Slop this around in here. Just trying to fill the space. That's a big one. It's a big old gap right here. There we go. Kind of pushing it up into some of these little crevices where the ice is. Uh, Give it a little definition. I can start being a little more artistic with it. Mainly I needed to cover up those gaps. Oh, it does. It just crisps right up. That's interesting. I said I was going to switch to a silicone tool, but just kind of got into it. It's looking like a snow. I'm gonna wipe this bottle off. This brush, because it's getting all over the place. Yeah, it looks like when it hardens, it just kind of crusts right up. It's kind of locks in. Come on. Oops. Gotta be careful where I put my hand. Flatten that down. Alright, note to self, be more careful. I don't want to cover up too much, you know what I'm saying? Put a little bit more right there. All right, definitely got to put some up here. I'll be mashing his foot down into it later. Got one thing right there. Put some underneath there and a little bit underneath there. And I think we might be done with it. Where's my, there it is. Come on, snow. Work with me here. All right, I think that looks pretty good with the snow. But I've been at this for 4.5 hours. It is time for some food. So that needs to dry anyway.
And then I'll come back to do the frost effects. Like this Game Color Frost. This stuff is pretty good. I ran a couple tests, so you can sort of see how it's going to kind of fractal and kind of crystallize, which is going to be kind of good. I like it better than the Green Stuff World Liquid Frost. This one, it crystallized, but the crystals weren't as big, and it takes longer to dry. So for those two reasons, I think the Game Color is going to be the way to go. I guess I don't need that stick anymore. But that the snow looks pretty good. So anyway, I'm happy with that. And then once I put some frost on there in the in-between spots. All right, cool. So I'm gonna stop this stream and grab some food, and then this guy finished up tonight. 7 o'clock. Yeah, I can get finished. All right. Catch you later.